Hopefully that fan's not too loud. We'll see how that works. Ready? Does look a little bit crooked, doesn't it? One second I don't know if that made it any better or worse. Or is it the door side needs to go down? Okay, well now that's not right. That's better. Hi, Stephanie. Nice to see you there in the chat. Ah, there's Barbara. Hello, what you doing? Good afternoon. Speaking of good afternoon, welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today, once again, we're going to recreate another one of my all-time favorite paintings. Today, we're going to be looking at this painting, Olga von Hartmann by Gabriele Münter, painted in 1910. And I love this painting. It is one of my favorite paintings. I'm going to compare it a little bit later on here to Matisse's portrait of his daughter Marguerite, which was painted in around the same time. And you know, this is one of my favorite Matisse paintings of all time. I'm not the only one. I think it's excellent painting. It's in the Picasso Museum. But I just think that this portrait of Olga von Hartmann by Gabriele Münter is just as incredible, just as excellent. And I wish it was as well known as Matisse's painting, because I think they are on par with one another. So, before we jump into today's episode, let's just talk about the plan for how we're going to get from nothing to something. In a moment, we're going to talk about how difficult today's painting is and whether this is something you want to try doing. I got a little hiccup there. Then we're going to talk about materials required. We're going to do the image transfer and stain it with some color. We're going to talk very briefly about Münter's biography, because this is the 4th episode we've done focusing on her and her work. And I'm not sure there's a lot more to say, except maybe to talk a little bit about the subject of today's artwork and the kind of avant-garde circles that Münter and Hartmann kind of were traveling within and existing within. Underpainting, maybe a bit of underpainting on the face, and then background, foreground. So I'm hoping within the next 3 hour-ish, 4 hours at the very most, we should be done here. As always, just consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. Hi Pratham, hi Singa, nice to see you guys. And if you know, about 90, somewhere between 60 to 90% of people who watch my videos here on YouTube are not subscribers, and we're approaching 3.5 million views. So if just a few more people hit that subscribe button, it would be transformative and help us reach way more people. And as you know, I'm a big believer in the power of art, so help us reach that global audience. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can scan the QR code here on the screen or enter that web address there, and it'll take you to our PayPal page where you can safely, securely donate to the page. If anyone ever sends you another link or contacts you directly, it's definitely not me asking you for money, so just make sure you're using the same link and QR code that's here in the videos. Other ways you can donate is via email or send a check in the mail to get the address, or to send an email. My email's on my website and on the Facebook group. Both of those links are down there below. And of course, you can always use the YouTube Super Chat function. And just quickly, lastly, I'm going to do a little plug here for the Facebook group. Grows by 4 to 10 people every single week. And what I suggest you do is take a picture of whatever you've created during today's episode or whatever you've created recently, upload it to the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your work. We're doing another free bonus feedback episode in the next couple of weeks, so if you want to participate in that, please send us your work so that we can celebrate it. And that's what the Facebook group looks like. So, time for the scale of difficulty. Barbara has been looking at Alphonse Mucha's work. Such beautiful images. Absolutely, I agree 100%. Mucha is coming up within the next few months, so stick around for that. How difficult is today's painting? Is this something you might be able to do depending on your level of ability, where you're at in your creative journey? So here's the scale, and we begin with the beginner, right? And then we move to novice, intermediate, advanced, and expert. So our beginner is someone that's never painted before, never squeezed paint out onto a palette, never mixed colors. A novice is someone that's done some of the basic episodes, the first maybe 3 or 4 introductory episodes in the beginning of the Master Study playlist that's down there below, and has a little bit of an experience, understanding of the split primary palette, and knows what colors to get, all those kind of very fundamental things, and maybe done a couple of paintings. Our intermediate is someone that's, there's quite a large range in when we talk about intermediate. That could be somebody that's maybe on their 10th painting or their 200th painting. I think most artists kind of are in this intermediate range. And then we get to the advanced people that are starting to kind of make their own artwork outside of class and find their own images, create their own images. And then expert is like Gabriele Münter herself, right? So where do you fit, and where does today's painting fit? Well, I'm going to put today's painting here under number 2, under novice. So if you've done some of the very first paintings, you've done a little bit of the color wheel, I think you should be able to do today's episode no problem. So, next up here, Pratham says, just wanted to ask, when are we going to do the next art review? Where you review and give feedback on the art? I think that's going to be, it might be next week or the week after. I just have to kind of figure out schedules and things. It takes me like a whole day, like 12 hours to put those episodes together before they even air, so it's a little bit time consuming. So, and I'm just, this week is my I've finished my final week teaching, so I'm busy doing grading right now. Hopefully I can get all that grading done by the weekend. Senga says, I was looking at Gabriele Münter's work, and so many, like the sunset one, as if it's on the same spot. Yes, yeah, Münter did lots of paintings in and around this same area, in around Munich, and then a little bit further south. near in the Bavarian region of southern Germany, the German Alps, and that's where basically she lived for the at least the last maybe half of her life. It was in that region. So yeah, a lot of her work has that similar landscape. Okay. Next here, I just want to quickly talk about materials required to do these episodes. As you probably know, I've done an entire hour-and-a-half long episode going into everything I'm about to talk about in depth, but not everyone's going to watch that episode, so I'm just doing the Coles Notes, the condensed version of that. I would suggest you go to scan this QR code. It's going to take you to the Dropbox, where you can download the PDF and print it out or look at it on your phone, and you can use that as a guide to help you order supplies, buy them from your local art supply store, or order them online. But essentially, we're going to be painting on a 9x12 sized canvas board or canvas panel. I like these particular ones, these Fixsmith ones. I think they're the best bang for the buck, and they're really good and quite cheap. They come about 24, or no, it's like 12 for like 24 bucks Canadian, which is like 10 cents American. And yeah, so it's, you know, about twice as much as you'd spend at the dollar store, but I think they're many times better than the ones at the dollar store. It's basically the only art supply I would recommend buying off of Amazon also. Most other Amazon art materials are way overpriced, so just do your diligence before you spend all that, your hard-earned money there. Also, good idea to have some rags nearby in case problems should occur, and they always occur when you're not ready. So we're going to be using what's called the split primary palette. And what the split primary palette entails is using, instead of just one red, one yellow, one blue, we've split them in half into their warm and cool components, so that we have, instead of 3 primaries, we've got 6. 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, plus white, and you can even mix your own black, so you really don't need to buy black, but obviously some people find that a lot easier to do. Why this is really helpful is because it emphasizes color temperature. It really helps us mix the colors we want. It gives us a much wider range of colors that we can access by doubling the colors that we have available to us. So we can mix about 95% of all the colors your eyes can see. And it's important because warm colors create the illusion to the human eye of advancing forward, whilst cool colors appear to recede. So even if you're doing an abstract painting, you can create what's called that push-pull effect. And so it also helps you understand what colors do I use to mix the color I want. You just have to ask yourself, is it in the background or in the foreground? If it's a sky and the clouds are way off in the distance, going to be a cool color. If it's something right up close in the foreground, a person standing in the middle of the picture, flowers in the middle of the picture, probably cool colors or warm colors. And if it's somewhere between that flower and that sky or mountain, it's going to be a little bit of a mix of both, right? So I'm just going to flash through these colors here in a second, or these different brands. I like to use these Amsterdam standard paints made in Holland, as you might expect, by Royal Talens, which is a ancient and well-respected art material brand. And they are, I think, the cheapest paint, the highest quality, least expensive paint you can buy. You can certainly spend less money, far less money, on far lower quality paint, and you can spend a lot more money on paint that's just a little bit better in quality. So a tube of paint like this costs somewhere between $15 to $20 Canadian, and that means if you buy, 6, 7, 8 tubes of paint. And that's the 250 milliliter, by the way. Then, you know, it costs you like $140 to get started, but that's going to keep you busy for the next like 2-3 years, assuming you make maybe 10 to 15 paintings every year. If you're making more paintings than that and you have to go buy more paint, that's probably a good thing. It means you've really gotten into it, and you're probably not too upset about having to invest that money in a new set of art supplies. As you see here, I'm just scrolling through all of these different brands of paint. All of this is in that PDF handout, which you can download and refer to for ordering, or of course you can pause and do screenshots if that's easier. I haven't used all of these paints. This is me going on the different websites for these different brands and looking to see which colors I think would probably work best. However, there are 4 here that I do not recommend. The Peebo and Museum Color, Mary's, and Fevacryl. I think all 4 of these are not useful, at least for our purpose. I'm particularly disappointed with Peebo because they're one of the largest paint brands on earth, and so the fact that basically all 4 of these, they just added way too much white as a filler to make their paint appear more opaque, because I guess they think people associate opacity in paint with quality, which is not necessarily true at all. And so it just makes it impossible for us to make a black. All your colors are going to have a bit of a pastel quality to them. Wow. Pratham says, I might just fall asleep to this live stream. That's okay. You wouldn't be the first. I get that a lot. People just put on these videos to fall asleep. Stephanie says, there's so many people creating so much art on the Facebook page. Really nice work, everyone. I agree. Every time I load it up, and I'm like, oh my goodness, you guys are awesome. Yes, and lots of people painting these paintings by Gabriele Münter as well, which makes me really happy. Because, you know, sometimes I'm featuring artists that people are like, yeah, that's interesting, but maybe that painting's too hard, or the imagery is not something I'm interested in. And so it makes me particularly excited that Münter, who's an artist I have a soft spot for, is getting a lot of attention. Our next step, our first real step in terms of getting the painting started, is using what I call the image transfer process. So I'm going to show you how to do this. Essentially, what I've done is taken the original image, and then I've imported it into into the Procreate app on my iPad Pro, and then I've just traced over top of it. You can do the same thing yourself. And then what you can do is download this from the Dropbox, which I'll show you here in a second, and print it out on your inkjet, laserjet printer at home or work, or your local print shop. So let's just show you where this is. So here's our Facebook group. You'll also, just as a quick little shout out again, to upload your work here so we can celebrate it, and I can give you free feedback. And so here's what the Dropbox folder looks like. If you scan the QR code, let me just make sure I bring that back up. So if you scan this QR code there that you see on the screen, or you enter in this web address there, it will take you to this, and you'll see, you know, there's, I don't know, 300 folders or something in here. And many of these folders have, you know, 5, 6, 10 paintings nested within there, right? It's organized alphabetically by artist's first name, which might sound a little bit strange, but I tried initially organizing it by last name, and then I realized so many of those names seemed unrecognizable to me by just looking at their last name. And I figure if I'm having that little bit of disconnect, probably a lot more other people would have that as well. So here's Gabriele Münter. Now you see there's a beginner episode we did. That was for this painting. Then you'll see we did a intermediate painting, and that one was for this one, which we did last week. And so our painting is the one that's going to happen right in between in this novice folder here. So if you click in there, you'll see that there's the painting in a subfolder with 3 files, and I'm about to sneeze. Okay, I think I got it just in time. That was a loud one. So you've got the original image plus a JPEG and a PDF version of the outline. All right, so it looks like that. You print it out, and then let's transfer it onto the canvas. I should also say, so again, this is a 9x12 sized canvas board or canvas panel, same thing. It comes wrapped in plastic. I take it out of the plastic. I gently sand it with just some 100 grit sandpaper, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso across the surface. Gesso is basically just like, it's like white paint with a little bit of white plaster of Paris mixed into it, so that when you spread it across the surface, it helps fill in the weave of the gaps in the canvas, the fabric. And then when it dries, and especially after you let it dry overnight and then sand it again, you get a much smoother surface that might approach paper. Especially if you let it dry, you sand it, and then you put another layer of gesso on and you sand it. I once worked for an artist who had me do gesso his paintings 3-4 times before he would paint on them. So, you know, it's totally subjective. Some artists like a super smooth surface, and some artists want a much more textured surface. Like some people like to paint on like burlap, which to me is just crazy because you'll need a ton of paint. But you know, to each their own, right? That's the beauty of life, is that everybody can find the just like the 3 bears, you find the porridge that is just the way you like it, the bed just the way you like it. Okay. I was trying to remember, what else did the 3 bears? It's Goldilocks has the porridge. She sleeps in the bears' beds. Is there something else Goldilocks does that is just right? And whose bed? Like, who is it? Is it always? Is it the little bear's bed, or is it the Goldilocks and the 3 bears? Are they? Are the 3 bears? Is it a family of bears, or are they just 3 friends? I don't know. Oh, that's okay. I should mention that what I'm about to do is take some carbon paper or graphite paper or charcoal paper. They're all the same thing. Well, they're not the same thing, but they do the exact same thing. And I think this is graphite paper, which is probably cheaper than the other options. And I'm just going to slide it in underneath. You always want to make sure you've got it right side down, because I bought some carbon paper recently that looks double-sided, but turns out one side works great, one side doesn't work at all. So you want to, let's say, make a line and just double check. Yep, that's the way it should look if you're putting just moderate amount of pressure. It's also good to know that you can reuse those carbon sheets probably about 20 times before you throw them out, because you know, they keep working until all the charcoal or graphite has been transferred off the paper onto your canvas or your sketchbook, your paper, whatever it might be. And so, for instance, my pen appears to be dead. There's no ink coming out of it, but it doesn't matter because it's working by pressure, right? It does make it a little bit difficult because I can't quite tell which... Oh, there's a little bit of ink finally coming out. Can be a little tricky if no ink comes out to know what you've drawn and what you haven't. I think one, well, you know, I was going to save it for, I'll save it for a little bit later. I was going to talk about why I love this painting so much, but if I tell you now, I won't have anything to say in 10 minutes. So. Mum's the word. So some of these very lightly drawn lines, you don't really need to trace them at all. Funny, I have a big fan blasting cool air, and I could hear it sort of ramping up and quieting down, ramping up and quieting down. So those fingers aren't on there, but I'm just going to trace. I just drew them what I suspected they could be. Now we can have a talk about what this shape is that she's painted here, because it's not, I mean, it appears to be a chair, but then when I was doing the outline, I'm like, but what? I'm not really sure I understand what's going on here. So you can let me know in the chat what you think is happening. Okay, I think I've got everything I need. Singus, is anyone else having trouble with Dropbox? Oh, I hope not. I can put the link to the direct link back in here. Wow, it's being slow. there's the direct link to the Dropbox in the chat there. Pratham says, "Hi Michael, just wanted to thank you for the Facebook group. There are many people posting amazing art on there, and it has helped a lot in my heart journey with motivation and inspiration." I love it! That makes me so happy to hear. Yeah, I think it's really important to have a community of artists around you or within that you exist within, to offer support and encouragement, inspiration. And you know, not everyone is always painting all the time or drawing all the time. It's totally fine to take breaks and take time off and just kind of sit back and observe. And you know, sometimes every artist goes through periods where they can't wait to paint, and then sometimes even myself, there's just days where I'm just like, making art is the last thing I want to do today. All right, so sometimes it's just, but it is nice to be able to look at other people's work, and then you get that energy, and you're like, yeah, okay, yes, yeah, I can't wait to paint all of a sudden. I get it, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so let's move to the next step here. The next step is to apply what's called the Imprimatura, which, if nothing else, is, I think, one of my favorite words of all time. Imprimatura. And it's an Italian word for the prime layer, or the first layer, the priming layer. And essentially, there's lots of different reasons for doing this. Artists going back to before Leonardo da Vinci did this, but it was certainly popularized by artists like Leonardo and Michelangelo and the great artists of the High Renaissance. Essentially, what it does is it stains the surface with a color of your choosing. Sometimes artists even paint with the Imprimatura and might use several different colors, some various different tones, some lighter or darker values in there, and they might, you know, sketch the painting out as part of the Imprimatura and the underpainting process. Typically what I do is I use some of my warm yellow plus a little bit of white. And again, if you think of like what a stain is, the difference between a stain and paint is it's stain, like if you're staining an old desk, right, you sand off maybe all the paint, you get back to the original wood grain, and then you stain. The stain is going to soak into the surface and help bring out the texture of the wood. Same thing with the Imprimatura. Well, not really, actually, but what it is going to soak into the surface and basically completely obliterate the white. And why I'm going to add a little bit of white paint in here is that's going to help the color to get right into every little nook and cranny of the canvas. If I just paint this color without any water in there, it's mostly just going to sit right on the surface as paint should do, and which is okay, but there's going to just be little kind of gaps all over here. And one of the reasons to do an Imprimatura is so that if there is little gaps between colors, instead of there just being the white there, we've got a little bit of a special color poking out in between shapes and lines and stuff. And that's why some artists actually use lots of different colors. Some artists use, like Leonardo used kind of a yellowish brown. Michelangelo used a a kind of greenish gray color. There are contemporary artists who use fluorescent pink or blue. One might even think of Coolidge's Dogs Playing Poker, or velvet paintings painted on velvet, like black velvet, as a kind of Imprimatura as well, even though it's technically not, but it's starting with a surface that's got a little bit of color as opposed to just your typical white. So my apologies, I didn't show how I was mixing that paint. I put about 40% water to paint ratio. Sometimes there's accidentally a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. And the reason why I'm kind of going back and forth painting in all these different directions is just, again, so that I can get that paint to get into all of the texture here. And I think I've mentioned before, really one of my primary reasons for doing this these days is it's part of my routine. Just like an athlete might, you know, have a particular kind of way of getting ready, of lacing up their ballet shoes, or because it's just like, this is the routine, this is what works, and if I just stick to that routine, then everything will go fine, right? Because I don't really have to do any thinking whatsoever, and yet I'm painting, right? There's paint being applied, and I don't have to think about how to mix the color. It's sort of that color comes right out of the paint tube. Okay, I'm gonna give this a quick blow dry. Good night, Pratham. Nice to have you join us and get a good night's sleep. Another benefit of using that a little bit of water in here is you can see I was able to paint it, blow dry it, and at least the top surface is bone dry and ready for another layer of paint. Sometimes what I'm just doing here is there's often a little bit of extra paint will gather on the edge of the painting, so I'm just wiping that away. Helps speed up that drying process. Now, before I move on, I do want to look at the painting again. Okay, so if we look at this canvas, what I'm looking for is the edges here, and I'm trying to determine, is this just the raw canvas that we're looking at, or is that an Imprimatura? Very hard, come on. Very hard to see. Like, is that white? Is that a white canvas? It does look like... Oops, where are we going? Come on. Apple updated the preview software here, and everything's all glitchy and weird. And why can't these computer companies just leave everything and just let us use the software as we've been using it? Why does it always have to change? Okay. So, I could just continue painting on this yellow surface. I think, however, what I want to do is modify it and give it a little bit more of this, I think it's a slightly kind of peachy quality of color. So, just about done with this tube. But before you throw it out, as you may have seen me do sometimes, I'll cut it open and use a little spatula to scoop out the paint. Within this tube, even though it looks like it's totally empty, there is at least enough paint to do maybe 3 or 4 more paintings. So don't just toss the tube out. There's a guarantee there's more paint hidden inside there. Sorry, I should mix this right here. Okay. I'm not worried about cleaning that surface so much as just getting rid of a lot of the watery quality out. So I'm going to mix a kind of peachy color here. With a little bit of blue to make this go brown. Forgot to refill this. So what I'm about to use here is matte medium. Matte medium is just clear paint. It's what's in all of the paint before they add color powdered pigment to the. So I'm going to stir this up with this small brush to start. I'm adding a little bit of that color, or sorry, a little bit of matte medium to make my paint more transparent, because I just added all of this white, and white is going to block out anything underneath it. And what's the point of doing all of those pencil lines, the image transfer, if we're just going to completely cover them up? So I added a little bit of matte medium to make it a bit more transparent. You could, if in an emergency, add water in there, but it's not going to be as even as this will be. Now I like, just debating if I want to put more red in there, give it a little bit more of a peachy quality. I'm just going to take a tiny bit more. That's a small amount. It does make a difference, though. So, and I might be able to even use this as a skin tone later on. It's hard to tell in her painting if she did that herself. She might have mixed this color. Basically, it's very possible she could have done exactly what I'm doing. Mixed a kind of color like this, used it for the background, and then decided, you know what, I'm just going to actually use it again for the skin tone, or just leave that color showing through all those layers. Okay, so you can see that my pencil lines are kind of getting covered up. So I'm going to work quickly here to spread this on the surface, and then to try to spread it out a little bit so that some of those initial areas where I put the paint down are or have a thinner coat of paint on there. One thing though with matte medium is it does seem to speed up the drying time a little bit. So you just want to be careful. You can't diddle and daddle while you're doing this. You kind of got like a couple minutes at most before that paint starts to seize up. And then it starts to kind of peel off the surface. Even what I'm doing right now, this is a bit of a danger to do this because I'm pushing my luck. Okay, I should stop. As I'm talking about it, it's like, Michael, you're stressing me out, Michael. It's like there's that part of my brain that is like, what are you doing? And the other part's like, it's fine, why do you worry so much? And the other side's like, oh goodness, what are you doing to me? Okay. Now, I'm sure probably on camera that looks like everything is gone. I can still see that, and I'm going to blow dry it, and I think we'll see the image return here. So So a frequent question that arrives, or that I'm asked whenever I do this, is, do we need to paint the yellow? Could we have just gone directly to the color that you just mixed and applied? And the answer is absolutely. You could absolutely do that. Or you could just skip both of these layers of paint that I just put down. You don't need to do any of that. Having said that, there's a couple of things. So first of all, again, I like putting that warm yellow down regardless because it's part of my routine. It just feels like it just makes sense to me personally as part of my kind of warm-up routine, to kind of as a way of just exiting the real world and entering this more creative space. And then the other thing is while that yellow, yes, has been, you know, for the most part, appears to have been completely covered up. It is still there. It's still kind of bubbling under the surface. And it is influencing the color that's above, especially because we put a little bit of matte medium, made it a little bit transparent. The fact that I can, again, I'm not sure if you can, maybe sometimes if I go like that, you might be able to see my pencil lines coming through there. I can see them. They're very clear to me. So if I can see those pencil lines, then I know that yellow is still, you know, visible. I'm not necessarily aware that I'm seeing it, but my brain, that color is making its way into my brain. And so it's also going to make the color I mixed appear more yellow than maybe it did on the palette. So while I might have, that's one reason I added just a little bit of extra red, because when I put this on here, that yellow is going to make it look a little bit more yellow. So I made it a little bit more red, so when I painted it on here, that red would kind of counterbalance a little bit of the yellow. Again, I know if that sounds, all this sounds like, oh my goodness, that's so complicated. I don't know if this is my second painting, if I'm up for that. You don't have to do this at all, right? But I do like showing this to people because, you know, in art school, and I teach at, you know, the best art school in Canada and one of the best art schools in the world. It's always ranked the #1 best art school in the world, or #1 best art school in Canada and like in the top 20 in the world. And so if you were to go to an art school, and Gabriele Münter would have learned this absolutely 100%. She would have learned about the Imprimatura. And yet, when I watch other tutorials by other artists here on YouTube, I've never see anybody doing this. I'm like, that's really odd. So, it's part of my own little mission to kind of remind people that this is a step that is, at least historically for artists, like really essential. So, yeah, probably most of your favorite artists, those artists that might have lived, you know, anywhere between 50 to 500 years ago, would have done something like this. So, I think it's good to know a little bit about it. Barbara says, don't diddle daddle, Michael's new words. Okay, I like that. I love doing the Imprimatura, but then I also love doing these, this is not an Imprimatura that I just did. This is now, you could argue it's like a underpainting, because I didn't dilute it. It's not staining the surface. I'm literally painting it. So, but I always just love doing this. Now, if there's gaps of color, and there will be, instead of there just being that plain white, I've got this color is what we would probably call unbleached titanium, which is, I often think it kind of looks like slightly like yellowed paper, like old comic books, old newspapers. And so it already gives a slight vintage quality, and I don't know. I'm super biased, but I think it's infinitely superior to just using painting directly onto the white canvas. The other thing it's doing too is it's helping to fill in a little bit more of the texture of the canvas, and just making it smoother and smoother and smoother. And so that's just going to make it easier to paint on. So what I'm just doing, I know I'm diddle-daddling around here, but I'm also just trying to see if there is any places where I need to do a little bit more paint. Because sometimes after it dries, you start to see a little bit more yellow, and so there is a few places, like I could add a bit more paint here, maybe a little bit up there, but you know what, as I look at it, I'm like, That's fine. And then, because, you know, again, I have this little bit left over, and if I want to use it, it's probably now's the time, because probably that's going to dry out completely within the next 5 minutes. The one thing is that adding a little bit of extra might make it more obvious that I've touched that area up. Singus says, I was watching another guy on YouTube paint, and he said it's hard to paint live and mix colors. I couldn't believe you're the only one who teaches this way, Michael. Thank you. Yes, definitely. I'm way more comfortable now than I was when I began doing this. And as you recall, I started doing this during the pandemic, so there was kind of no option. I couldn't teach in person for, you know, about a year. Yeah, it is, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I do like this. Is it's, you know, there's a performative quality to doing what I'm doing that, you know, it's like, I mean, I'm not a gambler. I've probably gambled maybe $40 in my entire life, and I've been to Las Vegas 3 times. But I think that's probably what gamblers are attracted to, that little bit of like, oh, it could go terribly wrong, but it could also work out and look great. And because it is, yeah, there is, as you've, I'm sure, seen in some of these episodes, things don't always turn out great. Stephanie says, I didn't put the Imprimatura down when I painted the Frida Kahlo self-portrait. What a pain. I had to use a lot more paint, and I learned a good lesson. Cool. Well, you know, that's, you know, I think if you come away from every painting you make and you can take a lesson from it, whether it turns out the way you want it or not, then I think that's a big win, right? And I think that's, you know, just generally in life, if you kind of, every situation, you're like, especially if things don't go the way you want, it's like, what is the lesson I'm supposed to get from this moment? What is the universe trying to teach me? Right? Then that's actually a good thing, if you can gather the lesson. Barbara says, I did this color of underpainting on the Andy Warhol Cats painting we did a while back. That's true, yeah. Again, it just gives it that kind of older, aged paper look. Okay, I think it's time for me to move on here. Where are we? Oh, yeah. So I want to talk about Gabriele Münter's biography very briefly, as much as I can be brief. I'm sure some of you are like, oh really, you're going to be brief? Okay, let's see how this works. Because this is the 4th episode we've done featuring this incredible artist, and I don't think there's a lot more that I can add that I haven't already said. But I think there is a few things we can talk about in terms of who Münter painted in this painting. So, let's, in fact, I don't know if I even brought up, let's go to her Wikipedia page here. Gabriele Münter was born in 1877 and passes away in 1962 at age 85. And as I've said before, one of the great artists of all time, as far as I'm concerned, had a huge influence on modern art. Whether people are aware of her influence or not is a whole other thing. But she really did help to transform art, and was one of the main instigators of what became like the various different avant-garde art movements at the turn of the last century, in the early 1900s. Specifically, her and her partner, her romantic partner and her frequent collaborator, Vasily Kandinsky, who he somehow is acknowledged as one of the greatest artists of all time, and one of the greatest modern artists. You would probably end up on the Mount Rushmore of early modern art. His partner, Münter, today's artist, doesn't find herself mentioned in that same lofty stratosphere, and yet Kandinsky, although he was originally her teacher, certainly learned a lot from her. He famously said, "There's nothing I have to teach her. She's already a great artist," when she first became his student. And together they founded the movement, or the group called the Blue Rider Group, which was named after one of his paintings. And that eventually became the German Expressionist movement, which was highly influential to, Surrealism and Cubism, and especially in film, German Expressionist film. Like if you've ever seen Metropolis by Fritz Lang, or which is it, M, the Man Who Murdered, or I can't remember what that one was called. But yeah, German expression. Nosferatu, the original, not the new Dave Eggers film, but the original Nosferatu, which is a total incredible masterpiece, one of my favorite movies of all time. And what is the Somnambulist one? Oh, it's going to drive me crazy. This is one of... The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. Oh, that's one of my favorite of all times. In fact, I just want to talk a little bit about... German Expressionist cinema, which begins... you can see that the German Expressionist painting movement starts in and around like 1909, 1910, but it eventually has a massive influence on German cinema after right before, or towards the end of World War One, and throughout the 1920s, early 30s. And a lot of those great German Expressionist filmmakers moved to the United States as the rise of Hitler, during the rise of Hitler, and totally radically transform American cinema and become some of the most important filmmakers in the beginning of the sound era in Hollywood. So that's why when I say, like, Gabriele Münter had this incredible, profound effect, whether you realize or not, so many of the movies and TV shows that we consume every day have, little sprinkles of influence from this great artist. And so that's why I'm just sort of a bit of on a mission to kind of make North American audiences in particular more aware of her. I obviously, if you live in Germany, especially in the southern Germany, in Munich, Bavaria regions, I'm sure you're like, I'm so tired of hearing about Münter. She's in every exhibition, always has a Münter theme. Just like here in Vancouver, every exhibition at the Vancouver Art Gallery has an Emily Carr theme. But there's a lot of people who haven't heard of Emily Carr, right? So I know some people in Vancouver, roll their eyes every time there's a new Emily Carr show, but, she's one of the greatest artists of all time. It's, I would say in the top 2 greatest Canadian artists of all time. So I think it's worth giving her her due, as Münter, I think, deserves as well. Let's actually just sort of look at. So here's this, I don't know if this is a famous film still, but this is a still from the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, and just even in here, we see kind of like, exaggerated makeup, highly exaggerated expressions on the figures' faces. Everything is very theatrical. Like everything is exaggerated by like 20, 30, 50%. And just gives everything this bizarre, what would become known as surreal nature. Although surrealism doesn't really begin until the late 20s, early 30s, right? Here's the original Nosferatu, which I think is way better than the new one that just came out, even though it's pretty good. But the original is a complete masterpiece. So one feature too with German Expressionism is, and there's not a lot of images here, is just like extreme contrast between light and dark. A lot of those same filmmakers who invented German Expressionist cinema would later on go on to be the pioneers for film noir, which is one of my favorite genres of film, probably my favorite genre of film, which would also, have, was influenced also by westerns, and then would also later on influence westerns. And pretty much every crime drama today, even reality TV murder mystery kind of things on Dateline, NBC, that kind of stuff, we can tie all of that back to German Expressionist cinema, which would not have existed had it not been for Gabriele Münter, right? Again, I know I mean that all sincerely. It's not, I'm not just, puffing up, blowing a bunch of hot air. I really do believe that. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I can add to this. I mean, we were talking, I can't remember, was it maybe Senga was talking about how a lot of Münter's paintings have a similar landscape, and that's because so many of them were made in and around this house that she bought along with Kandinsky in the early 1910s, before World War I broke out. And so they would just go down the hill, and this is basically the view from inside the house. And so you can see there's a beautiful lake here in Murnau. Okay, so I think I've said everything I want to say about her biography. I want to just take a quick moment now to talk about today's painting. Gabriele Münter's painting, Olga von Hartmann, from 1910. And why I love this painting so much, and who the people, or who this person is within the painting. So maybe just quickly, let's just bring up the original here. I mean, I just think that this painting is, I think it's exquisite. Now, I'm sure there's some people looking at it like, well, no wonder you picked this for a novice painting. It's like, my kid could do this. This is like an elementary school painting. Sure, if that's the way you want to think about it. But, Münter was, a classically trained, had an academic training in art, and would have learned to paint photorealistically. And yet, about 10 years after she completed her training, this is the kind of painting she's making. So while it's very easy to dismiss a painting like that, I think it's worth just thinking about, well, what would lead someone to kind of turn away from, photo representational type of art and make a painting like this, which, kind of has a bit of a cartoony kind of quality to it. What would motivate someone to do that? And the answer is there's a whole bunch of possible motivations. One is photography. It has made a profound effect on the livelihoods of most artists. For centuries and centuries, artists had kind of a monopoly on documenting everyday life. If you're getting married, or you're a king that's being coronated, or you have a big battle that you want to celebrate or remember, or a portrait of a loved one, whatever it might be, well, you'd hire a painter, a drawer, a printmaker to document that for you. All of a sudden, with photography, photographer can come and take a quick picture, and this person just has to sit still for maybe 5 minutes, picture's over, everybody goes on with their lives, a print is made, and we can make infinite amount of prints from that negative. Whereas a painter you might have to sit for a few hours at minimum, and maybe the painting doesn't turn out the way you want, right? And so there's so much subjective qualities to a painting. And so it really put a lot of artists out of business. So first of all, artists get more expressive, right, as German expressionism, right? And they start trying to, there's a greater appreciation of artists' subjective experience of the world, as opposed to like a camera, which one might suggest is more objective, right? It's the idea anyway is that the photographer has less control. That's just life. Obviously, the way that the various different settings a photographer might use to expose the film to light can radically change the picture. How they frame the picture, when they press the shutter release to take the picture, can be the difference from someone smiling into the picture versus getting angry. And so the photographer has a lot of control, although again we've most of us grew up assuming that photography is reality. But we now know so many photos are manipulated through Photoshop and AI now. But even back in the day, photographers had their tricks to manipulate photographs. Photography's always been an abstraction from reality in its own way. So artists start artists start trying to express things that the camera just cannot do. And obviously at this time, color photography doesn't exist either. So there's, just using color, especially very bright color, like she's using here, was something photography was not able to do at this stage. But also it's this simplification and removal of detail, which is easier said than done. Because let's say if, in this face, she's got, there's maybe like 10 lines here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So let's say about 20 lines on the face, right? And then really maybe 4 or 5 colors. We've got this local skin tone color. We've got a bit of purple. So that's 2. We've got a bit of brown here. It's 3. The blush 4. Lipstick 5. Maybe this color around the eyes makes 6, and plus black. So 7 colors maybe maximum, right? Whereas if we were painting a photorealistic, we might have 20, 30 subtle variations of color in there. So she's hacked all of those extra details out and trying to distill this person down to the absolute bare minimum of colors and lines, to kind of get at what some might have said, what she probably would have said is the essence of this person. Right? Which is, again, why some people feel very uncomfortable about having their portrait painted, because you're asking somebody else to distill your personality down to what they perceive as your essence, which you may or may not recognize afterwards. And sometimes people get very upset. Like, that's not me. That's not... Why? I don't look like that. Oh. Right? So that can be a little bit scary for people to have that. Getting your portrait painted can be a bit of an honor, but it can also be a little bit a bit of a leap of faith, right? Just look at like various controversies, even recent ones, of the portrait we recreated the portrait that Yo did of Prince or King Charles, and we talked in that episode. We talked about Lucian Freud's portrait of Queen Elizabeth II, and how incredibly controversial that was. And so there's she's, and I really think of like distilling, or you're boiling it down, you're reducing, you're creating like a gravy or something, and all that water is evaporating, and you're just getting down to the very last little bit, the most essential details, and that's very hard to do. We'll take a look here in a moment at, there's only a few pictures that I could find of Olga von Hartmann, and so you can decide for yourself how accurate Münter was in her depiction of this singer / actress. So there's the face, the figure, I think is also, very little detail here. It's like there's not stitching or any frills on her clothes. It's just the most basic. One thing I love, and I find I can't stop thinking about, is this her left wrist, or technically, it's her left wrist, but it appears on the right side of the painting, and how bizarre this is, right? She's sort of sitting there with her, which one is it? This hand kind of just dangling over the, oh no, it's this one. Kind of this kind of wrist just sort of dangling over, again, is this the arm of a chair, or is it like a harp or lyre? But look how long that, the space between the back of the hand and the joint here and the fingers, right? This space right there is pretty much twice as long as it should be, right? So that is so weird. And it's one of those things, that is, we might say is wrong, or we can think of it as kind of a very unusual stylistic choice or creative choice that she made in this painting. And sometimes, who knows exactly what she was actually thinking or doing there. And it's probably possible that she began this painting just by painting directly onto the surface, and made this kind of distortion with the wrist, and yet decided, well, that's wrong, but there's something weird about it that I kind of like. And she obviously decided to keep it in because she didn't paint it out or try to, quote, fix it. So, and again, if we look at some of her original older work, she was totally capable of quote, fixing it, but she decided to keep it in. So I always find that kind of interesting. It's like, well, that takes a lot of courage and what's the word, like inner strength to do something like that, recognizing that might be the very thing that people immediately see and use it as cause to dismiss this painting. They look at it and be like, look at that, oh, that's so terrible, what kind of idiot did this? Don't they know that the arm doesn't just, what is this person got a broken arm? How stupid. And so I think sometimes artists do little provocative things like that in a painting just to kind of maybe grab our attention. You know, sometimes with that thing, you know, after you go see a movie and you might walk out like, well, that was stupid. What a waste of money. And then later on, 2 hours later, you're laying in bed thinking about that movie and you can't get out of your next day at work. You're thinking about it and thinking about it. And then it just, maybe it hardens your thought. You're like, oh, that is such a, oh, it just cries me. How could somebody make a movie like that? And I can't believe I paid. Or later on, you're like, something, because I can't stop thinking about it, maybe it's way better than I imagined. I'm sure we've all seen a movie that we probably came out of thinking like, oh, that was terrible. And then later on, you rewatch it and realize, whoa, boy, was I wrong. This is amazing. Or the opposite. Sometimes you watch a movie like, this is great. And then years later, you watch it again like, oh, well, I can't believe I like this trash, right? Like an example I can give, totally unrelated to this, is I remember going to see The Big Lebowski with a really good friend of mine who had already seen it once, and we went and saw it together. And afterwards, he was like, "Oh, that was amazing! Oh, this is such a great movie!" And I remember thinking, like, I don't know, that was weird. I don't know, it was kind of a silly movie. And he was just devastated. I think from that moment on, he was just like, I don't know about this guy, this Michael guy. I don't know, he's got such terrible taste. And I remember thinking, well, it's okay. But then I rewatched the movie maybe 5-10 years later, and I was like, whoa, boy, did I have a bad take on that? This is a great movie, right? And so, and yet there were scenes from it, particularly the soundtrack. I remember immediately going and buying the soundtrack. I was like, well, the movie's not great, but the soundtrack is awesome. So anyway, I did also, while I'm here, I just want to talk about how, you know, this much more famous painting by Henri Matisse, made in about the same time, and is an iconic painting by Matisse. We did an episode where we recreated this painting, and I love this painting. It's a painting of Matisse's daughter when she was, I think, somewhere around like 8-9 years old at the time. Obviously, many people say, wow, she looks like she could be in her mid-20s, right? And so, first of all, we recognize Matisse is not concerned about, quote, accurately depicting his own daughter, right? He just starts the painting and he's like, well, she looks 20 years older than maybe she, quote, should be in this painting, but I'm not going to change it. I'm not going to fiddle with it and try to, quote, fix it. I'm just going to leave it as it is. This painting is in the Picasso Museum in Paris because Matisse traded this painting with Picasso for one of Picasso's paintings, this little cubist still life painting. So each of them had a painting by one another, and you know, it says something that Matisse would be willing to trade a painting he made of his own daughter to Picasso, who was, even at that stage, they were kind of like frenemies, kind of like friendly rivals, I think is the way maybe many people have described it. But I love this painting. I love, again, it's for the same reasons that I love Münter's painting of Olga, is that there's a great deal of, you know, this distilling simplification of the figure and of the colors. Like, look at the backgrounds between both of these paintings. They're very, very, they're just basically solid, well, they're not solid colors, but it's essentially the same color, very loosely painted. I mean, we could see all the brush strokes in both of these, particularly in Münter's version here. And also, you know, both of these paintings, like, there's little gaps between the colors and the background, right? Like, Matisse is not kind of trying to make perfect puzzle pieces, you know, these shapes that, you know, are faceted together like the hull of a boat, right? If this was a boat, it would sink instantly, because look at all the holes in and around here. There's gaps all around between all of these colors. So there's a sense of immediacy, spontaneity, energy in this painting that is also in Münter's painting of her friend Olga here that is just super attractive. Like, once again, if we zip in here, right, if this was a life raft or something, well, you're going to be some shark's dinner here, right? All these gaps, like even in the background. And as we'll see here in just a few minutes, it's, you know, you might look at this and be like, wow, look how lazy this is. Like, how could she not, you know, leave all these gaps there? But I think you'll see when we start painting this in just a few minutes, it's really hard, I think anyway, to restrain oneself from just quickly painting it into one big solid color. I think my instinct anyway is just to fill it right up and go right to the edge and not to leave all these little gaps all over the place. So yeah, I would love it, you know, it would be really cool, I think, to see both of these paintings side by side in a museum, and for Münter to really finally be kind of seen on equal terms with an artist like Henri Matisse, because I really do think of them as sharing many similarities stylistically, and yet they were sort of working on their own. They did meet, Kandinsky and Münter did meet Matisse at least once. They went to his studio and met him there, and they probably met more times than that during the time they were living in Paris. But Münter, again, not really mentioned in such rarefied air as Matisse and Kandinsky, but I don't want to repeat myself too many times about that, but it's definitely true. Let's just take a quick look at Olga here. So I couldn't find a lot of, barely any images of Olga on the internet, but let's just so just as a quick little kind of cover a little bit of biography, because this woman doesn't have like an entry on Wikipedia. You know, if you Google her name, very little kind of shows up. Like, there's Centre Pompidou has like a page for her. Oh, it's not going to show up. But I guess let's do this again. Basically, it's just a blank page. It just says like her name, and that's it, right? So, and that's the #1 entry here on Google. But some information I was able to kind of put together is that originally Olga van Hartmann was born Schumacher. So originally Olga Schumacher, born August 28th, 1885 in St. Petersburg, Russia. Her father was quite wealthy and high-ranking government official in the Tsarist government before the Russian Revolution, obviously. And that allowed her, you know, an opportunity, just like Münter, to study the profession that she wanted to go into, which was in music. She wanted to be a singer or an actress. She eventually took classes in Italy, in Naples, with her goal of becoming an opera singer. And she eventually performed in many of the Russian theater shows, plays that became quite popular at the turn of the 20th century. You know, we're well aware of like the great Russian ballets, Sergei Digilev's ballets, and Tchaikovsky's kind of big, you know, the scores. But there was also quite an active Russian kind of theater movement. You had a lot of Russian creative people going west to Germany and to Paris and England and also to North America at the turn of the century too, and Olga was one of them. She eventually marries Thomas de Hartmann, who was a Ukrainian composer and musician himself. And there's a lot more about Thomas de Hartmann on the internet. There's a Wikipedia page featuring him. Let me just bring that up. And so I'm not going to go into his whole biography, although there is mention of Olga in here as well. Let's go back to her picture here. But Olga and Gabriele spent a lot of time together. They met in these kind of salons or kind of gatherings that were held at another artist's house, another emigre from Russia, Marianne von Werfken, who was another great painter, certainly not as well known as Gabriele Münter, but she was married to Alexei von Jawlensky, who, let's see, okay. So, and he's quite well known. Jawlensky becomes, just like Werfken, one of the founders of the Blue Rider group. There's I think Jawlensky, there's a big collection of his paintings at the Norton Simon Museum in Pasadena, California. And he was a very prominent artist, not very well known today, but at the time, especially within the kind of German expressionist circles, a very, very well regarded, very popular artist of his time. So Jawlensky and Werfken had these like gatherings at their house, and people, like Kandinsky and Münter, Olga von Hartmann and Thomas de Hartmann would gather there. They'd be drinking till the sun rose, and they'd be talking about politics and art and dancing and singing and collaborating on drawings and talking about how they're going to transform the world. And those salons were very popular. It's not quite like a house party, more kind of like a dinner party. That I haven't gone to one of those in a long time. When I first moved to Vancouver, those were quite popular. There would be people would have these like spaghetti dinners, and there would be 10 people, and each person would try to bring somebody else that had never been there before, and you're hanging out at someone's house, and sometimes somebody would show a painting or a film that they're working on, and everyone would gather around and talk about it, and you get to meet people. I'm a visual artist, but there might be a dancer there, and a poet, and a author, all sorts of. So those were very, very popular for artists, really for centuries, but became really popular during the time, the avant-garde period, especially because you're also talking about a period of time where there's a lot of there's avant-garde art, but it's also kind of going hand in hand with kind of more revolutionary type of politics. So these gatherings could get could start to become a little bit dangerous to appear at them, depending on who is also in those rooms. Anyway, I should probably get to paint. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. Michael, too much talk. Let's get to painting here. My accountant calling me. He's trying to get my taxes started here, I think. Okay, so I'm just debating. Well, let's debate it, and let me talk it through. So often at this stage of one of these episodes, I might pause to do an underpainting. Underpainting is kind of like what it sounds like. It's the painting that exists under the painting. And there's lots of different definitions that artists have for what entails an underpainting. The way that I typically use it in these episodes is just maybe really doing any kind of line work that I'm afraid might get covered up by subsequent layers of paint. So let's say particularly like eyes, nose, mouth, fingers. If I'm going to be doing a lot of painting over top and I'm worried that those eyes, fingers, nose, whatever might become illegible because I can't see my original underdrawing. But however, again, it's probably hard to see on camera. I can see my lines right now, and I'm actually thinking of just leaving it like this. Let me bring them both up on camera here. And, you know, areas, you know, basically the face, I think I can just leave this color from this original base layer as her skin tone. And that's what another one of the benefits of doing something like this is, yeah, I can use that to create the look of, you know, the Imprimatura or the canvas or whatever color this might be. But I can also use this as part of the color on the face. And I think in this instance, I might just do that. I might just move on and just as if I painted that skin color there. Same thing like in her arms. So that's in an instance where this method that I used here can be a major time-saving strategy. So I think I'm just going to do that, because sometimes I often do the underpainting, but very rarely am I in a situation, at least in these episodes, where I can just leave that face like that and I don't have to maybe do another base layer for her skin tone. My goodness, look at all of the comments in the chat. Okay, let me get a little bit more stuff accomplished, and then I'll try to read through. Wow, there's probably 50, 60 comments in here. More. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of but I should get on track here so that I don't get bogged down at the moment. So let's move on to the next step there. If there's a question that you want me to address that I haven't talked about, maybe just post it again in the chat. Maybe put it big bold letters so it jumps out and I'll get to it. So what I want to do now is start painting into the background of this painting. I've decided to forego the underpainting process, so I'm just going to jump right to the background. And really the background, at least on the surface, appears to be pretty simple. However, as I said before, it can be a little bit deceptive because how loose this is, it can be hard for some people to allow their painting to be this loose. So maybe the first thing we want to just figure out is what color we're looking at. Now, there's, I think, two different greens here. I think we've got a bit of a cool green using cool yellow and cool blue, as well as a warm green using this warm yellow. Now it is possible that this is all cool blue and warm yellow. So let's do a little bit of a test here. And I think I need to squeeze more paint out on anyway. What was I gonna? Oh yes, okay. So let's mix. I'm just gonna start with a smaller brush. So let's try. I'm gonna bring these both up on camera here. Let's start with our cool yellow and cool blue. That's a beautiful color, but we can also maybe let's just try adding a bit more yellow in here. And I love this color, but just when we compare it to the original just there on the left side there, look how kind of bright that is, right? Versus if I take my cool blue and my warm yellow, and let's mix these guys up here. So they are, you know what, does this could be a bit more of a warm blue. Okay, let's try that. So let's take our warm blue and and warm yellow, and now let's mix that together. And lo and behold, that takes us pretty close. Now I think that's probably close, but I think there's a little bit of both here. And maybe she's kind of bouncing a bit back and forth between our cool blue and warm yellow and our warm yellow and warm blue. So I think what I'm just going to do is I'm going to make a couple bigger batches of paint here. And I'm also going to try not to completely mix my color in either. And I'm also just trying to decide what size of brush I want to use. If I use a big brush, I can paint this whole thing in like, I don't know, 20 seconds. But that's not always the goal, right? And if I do that, it's going to be actually pretty hard to maintain a little bit of the looseness of this painting. Barbara's going to sign off tonight. It's almost midnight there across the Atlantic. Well, have a great night, Barbara. Okay, come on. There we go. Thanks for watching. Okay. So I'm going to use this small brush, which is, about the size of my pinky finger. Right? And I'm just going to come in. And I'm going to dip back and forth between my different greens here. Well, I was going to maybe dip into that, but you know, I'll just wait just a few minutes before I get there. Or actually, no, I'm going to take a bit more of that cool blue. Mix a bit in there. So now I'm kind of just taking little bits of all of these colors. Let's go down here. So I just want to make sure I get this right. That's... Okay. Take a little bit of cool blue and warm blue, mix that in here. Give me just a few little slightly darker greens. let's get a bit more slightly darker. Warm blue, cool blue, mixing them together. Be a little bit on the darker side. So maybe I come back. Where would I put that? Okay, I might leave it like that. I might decide I want to go back and add a little bit later on. But that takes... you know, I'm not sure how that comes across on camera, but it's hard to just, you know, to not get in there and like, well, okay, I'm gonna go right up to those lines, make perfect lines. You know, obviously for some people it's really easy. They're like, oh, this is great, I can be as loose and maybe, quote, sloppy as I want. Excellent. But maybe for those of us who feel a little bit more of that urge towards perfectionism, it's like, oh, I don't know if I can just leave it like that. Are you kidding me? Ah. But it's also, I think, kind of, if you can really embrace this, it can be, you know, kind of a lot of fun to paint this way too. So just putting that out there. Should we go to next? Okay, that was a lot of fun putting that background color in. We were painting kind of quick, so that allowed the paint that's on the canvas to kind of mix in with the colors that we were applying on top of it. There might need slight changes after we get more color in, because after all, color behaves relative to the colors that are next to them, and so we don't really know exactly how this green is going to behave until we get more of those other really bright colors into the composition. So where should we go to next? Well, I think probably what would make most sense is to paint her hair, because we can see her hair is kind of green, right? It's kind of like a greenish brown. You know, the line between what is brown and what is green can be very blurry, right? You can have a greenish brown or a brownish green, and so I think that's what I want to do next. Basically, the difference between a green and a brown is just adding a little bit of red into the color. So Actually, I'm just going to take some of this color that's here. Take a little bit of my, oops. So that was just some warm yellow I had, and I'm just mixing some warm red into that color. And now if I take this color and bring in some of this green, we'll see. I'm going to paint that. Okay, let's go back in here. Let's bring some cool blue and warm blue in here. Ah! Thought that was side by side, darn it. I'm trying to resist the urge to just break out a big brush, or to a little tiny brushes. I want to try to stay with the bigger ones for as long as I can get away with here. So, between my warm blue and my cool blue is probably a pigment called cobalt, which is about as neutral, I suppose, of a blue as you can get. Now I'm going to use another kind of a pretty dark blue to paint in, outline some of that later on. So I might just leave that kind of like this. If anything, I'm kind of thinking about maybe just taking my like a rag and maybe just trying to wipe a bit of okay. I was just trying to do a little bit of that to give, I felt like it was getting not necessarily dark, but very opaque, very heavy, and that does make it a little bit darker. I want a little bit of light coming through that paint, so that's why I tried to wipe a little bit of paint away. What should we do next? Should we... know, maybe I'm going to tackle this kind of teal color down here. Okay. It's hard to tell what that color is. I'm just wondering if it's just very similar, just basically this color I've just looks like I do need some more blue. I was gonna say maybe it's just that color I've just been using. I think maybe there is a bit of warm yellow, maybe a it's definitely cool blue. It's just how much yellow's in there. And what yellow? I think it's mostly warm though. Take a bit of this. Slightly darker color. Okay, maybe I'm gonna get my little little brush out here to do this. Again, I don't want to get too deep into the weeds in an area like that. I'm going to keep it kind of loose, and then if I later on want to touch it up, I can do that. Because I probably want to do a little bit there, but it's pretty good as a little placeholder. Oh, I just noticed the collar on her shirt is, I think, basically just this cool blue and white, although let's take a look. What did she, oh, looks like she painted this green. Okay, so I think she painted it green and then painted the blue over top. So let's do what she did here. We'll just recreate that as well. So I think think there's a lot of this color here. Let's take warm yellowish. So we'll let that dry for a little bit. Maybe even, I'm just gonna see quite a lot of texture here. I'm just gonna gently wipe over it. Just to flatten that down a little bit. Okay. What should we do now? Probably would feel good if we start getting some of this red in there, don't you think? So again, I see a little bit of, there's definitely kind of your warm red with yellow in here. And then you've got your cool red, this magenta in there. It's possible the whole thing was done with magenta, like a cool red plus a little bit of warm yellow. It's hard to really say. So maybe we should just do a little experiment here so we know exactly what we're doing. There we go. Whew. Okay, so, you know, I feel like, well, either way, I think this, what I'm thinking about is cool red tends to get really dark really quickly. So I'm going to add some white into it. Should give a bit more of a pinkish quality. Oops. Okay, now let's try taking a bit of warm yellow. I'm gonna mix it into my cool red. You can see how it sort of kind of behaves a little bit like a warm red. Okay, now it's going to take my cool red and maybe go back over. You can see how it's going to get a little bit darker. So this is the cool red without any white in it now. I'm going to do a little bit more lightning, actually. So I'm taking a bit more white, bringing that back in. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of warm blue, mix that in here. It's a little bit too dark. This area that I'm painting right down, oops, there on the bottom, it's not really visible, so I'm kind of making up that a bit. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is just quickly blow dry this. Okay. So it might look kind of strange right now, but I think we're well on track. The main thing in my mind right now is trying to decide, do I want to paint a skin color on her face and hands? Maybe I should have done an underpainting after all. I don't know. I'm going to paint her collar here. I want to get as much painted in as I can. In fact, I might even paint all the black outlines and then decide if it needs a little bit more of a peachy color to her skin, because I can't quite tell just yet. But yeah, let's focus on her collar first here. So that color, that's our white and cool blue. I think, oh, actually, I see it might have a little bit of yellow in there. Now that's probably some of the yellow from underneath, so I don't want to put too much yellow in there. Because what I want to do next, I could use glazing fluid or matte medium. I'm just going to use matte medium. So matte medium, again, is just paint without any color in it, and I'm putting it in here to make this color more transparent. Let's just see how well it's... Yeah, I think it's going good. Okay, so let's just take a look here. Okay. And I'm going to take this same color, just adding a bit more white into it. So I'm just taking that same color, a little bit more white. maybe I should have painted the black line around her jaw there first, but I might, it looks like I'll have to paint this maybe a second time anyway. It's so weird. I have two different screens show me different, that appears differently. So I think I'm just going to go with what I have. That's the thing that's so difficult about doing this is, like, I look at my iPad and I got my computer and a TV out, and the colors all look slightly different on each monitor. And of course the original. And so the age-old question I'm always asking myself is, do I want my painting to look good, or is it more important that what you see on your screen looks good, like in terms of color matching and everything? Generally, I side very selfishly on making my own painting look the way I want it, and then I kind of go from there. Okay, I think I'm going to blow dry this here. This bright red, where is that? It's probably right here. In fact, I'm going to take a little bit of white in here because it was going too dark over top of that blue. Paint a little bit of white in there, and then when that dries, I can paint it properly. Full strength warm red. Singus says, I am being very loose with mine and not caring for perfection. It's hard, LOL. I've drawn it myself, so not using the template, so it's not like the original. That's awesome. That's big leap. That's great. Wow. Yeah, I think it's one of these things, this painting can be really good for some people to just kind of break them out of that need for perfection, for sure. Actually, so let's start. You know what? Let's break this into another chapter. So just before I move on, I want to just do a little double check. Look at the background as now more and more colors filling up this composition. I just see, is there anything I want to do to the background? Because ideally, I want to do that now before I start doing anything else. I mean, I don't have to, but it'd be nice to be able just to be like, okay, I think we're done there. I can move on and close that chapter. So let's just compare these and just a little kind of a mini evaluation at this stage. Okay. Now it does appear like I could put more warm yellow and warm blue into the background. That maybe there is less of this cool blue there. I'd have a bit more of a grassy green back there. But I look at it and I think, is it a deal breaker that the color's not perfect? Because if I do start fiddling and trying to change that color, it will take some of the spontaneity and energy out of my brushstrokes, which I painted in there. So that's the thing about painting in this style is, yeah, there's a lot of energy, but if I kind of get the color quote wrong, it's one of those, it's maybe just better to embrace that color than to try to fix it and alter it, because it'll be very hard to preserve the looseness of these colors, and it's going to start looking like I've overworked it very quickly, which is right now it feels very loose and spontaneous, energetic, expressionistic, and I want to keep that. So yeah, while the color's not quite exactly right, I don't think, an hour after I finish today's episode, that's something that is even going to occur to me. It's probably going to be, I can see it now when I compare them side by side, but later on, probably won't care. So, that's the kind of thing I encourage you to do when you're looking at your painting, is kind of make those decisions. Is like, yeah, maybe it's not exactly right, but is it worth fixing, knowing that if I start fiddling with it, I could take, a relatively minor quote problem and transform it into a disaster, right? So that, it's and again, I always think of like painting as great life lessons. Is sometimes, we all make mistakes in life, and sometimes trying to fix those mistakes makes the problem infinitely worse, and it's just better just to like zip it and move on. Like, I can give you an example where a very, very famous contemporary artist, still alive today, had a restaurant that I won't mention anything more about, but he commissioned me he wanted me to make a bunch of paintings for his restaurant. And he was like, I really love your paintings. And I was like, oh my goodness, this guy's like one of the most famous artists in the world, and he wants me to make the paintings for his restaurant? Oh my goodness, so flattering. And it's a restaurant that had been open for a while, and we'd been talked about it a few times, and then a job opportunity, a teaching position at a university came up, and I put his name down as a reference because I was one of these things I applied like last minute. Put his name down for reference and submitted the application, and then I wrote him like, I hope you don't mind, but I put you down as a reference for this position, figuring, well, this guy is such a big fan of my work that obviously, I'm sure he would give me a reference. Anyway, he wrote back like, actually, no, that's not cool. I wish you had asked me first because I've already given a recommendation to somebody else. And I felt so bad. I was like, oh my goodness, what have I done? So I think I apologized over the phone and over email maybe 7 or 8 times, just like, oh, I'm so sorry, like, I don't know what I was thinking, I was just last minute. And he's like, it's fine, not a big deal, just, you know, good lesson going forward. And I kept writing saying, I'm just so sorry, I'm so embarrassed, I can't sleep at night. And then finally he wrote, Michael, it's fine, let's move forward, not a big deal, everything's fine. But I could tell that he was now going from kind of being like, okay, it's a stupid thing, you're a young artist, whatever, to like, now I'm getting angry because you can't stop apologizing. And that was one of those things where it's like, just stop, you know, and I'm just keep digging this further, right? So sometimes if you got a mistake, you just stop digging rather than making it a bigger deal. So yeah, and it turned out a few months after we had all this conversation, his restaurant closed. So it didn't make, you know, so I didn't get an opportunity to make the paintings for his restaurant, but yes. Okay, so I think we're I don't know what that really, well, let's move on back to another. I'm happy enough with my background that, at least for right now, I think I'm okay moving on. And I think what I want to do next is start painting in the black areas, outlines, and then after I've done that, I'm going to go back and check the skin tones and see if I want to add a little bit more warmth, a little bit more of a peachy quality to those skin tones. At the moment, I'm thinking, yeah, I probably should do that. They're not, because they're literally the same color as this underpainting here, this unbleached titanium I put in there to begin with. My instinct says probably I want to do that, but I'm not sure. So rather than just waste time doing something that I realized was unnecessary, or worse, needs to be removed or fixed, let's just paint and then we can decide later on. And with this particular approach to painting, that's not a problem at all. So let's go there. Let's okay, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to mix my own black. Where should we do this? Let's do this here. So to make your own black, we're going to take cool yellow and cool blue, and we'll mix up the beautiful bright green here. And this might be I could maybe use a little bit more yellow, but that's okay. We'll see as we go here. So I got this beautiful bright green. And now I'm going to go to the opposite side of the color wheel and use my warm red. And if I've got equal amounts of all three of those colors, I should get a black. Now right now it's going very brown, which tells me I might have put a bit too much red in there. But you always want to make sure you mix it up thoroughly before you make any fast judgments. Yeah, it does look there's a little bit too much warm red. And I'm glad I stopped there because I was thinking maybe I need another scoop. Okay. Now it's possible I might need a little bit more cool yellow, but let's just see what happens when we mix some more warm, or cool blue, sorry, in here. And that might have been a bit too much cool blue. So sometimes it's like steering a boat. Kind of goes, woo, when you overcorrect, it just keeps going back and forth, back and forth. That's getting close. Maybe a little bit more blue. I don't know why I mixed up such a huge batch. I don't need anywhere near... I think it's because I'm kind of near the end of the painting and I'm like, well, what am I going to do with this paint anyway? I might as well mix it and do something with it. Okay, I think that's close, but let's just double check. And you know, it's very hard when you've got a really dark color like this to really tell what you've got. So one of the best things you can do is take a little bit of white and mix white into that color, like a little sample here. And that's going to reveal the color, what it is, as we lighten it up. I would say that's pretty close to a perfect black. It does look slightly purple, ever so slightly, which means if I want it to be perfectly black, what I need is a little bit more cool yellow, because that's going to pull that purple in towards the center, the neutral core. But I think for all intents and purposes that's so close that, as my grandfather used to say, good enough for government work. So I'm happy just leaving it like that. And you know, I obviously, you know, I have a tube of black paint that I've had for since I started doing these master study, even before I started the master study. I've had, so that tube of paint has lasted for about 4 years, and there's still a good half of that tube left over, because I prefer to mix my own black, because I like there to be a little bit of nuance. And I also think of like actual black as like a fire extinguisher, used in case of emergency. If I was to paint this and then realize, it's not quite dark enough, well then I do have that extra ability to go just another step darker. So I like to reserve that option for myself. In the same way that I very rarely use pure white in a painting, unless it's at the very, very end and I feel like, you know what, I need to dial that up. You know, kind of like Spinal Tap. I'm going to dial it up to 11, right? Just not quite, you know, I like reserving that extra little bit so that I have that option in my back pocket. You know, it's like a little joker that I can, boom, put down. Whereas otherwise, if I was just to use black, well, then I've played that card. I can't get any darker than I already am right now. And so I like that little insurance that I've got just a little bit further I can push those values if I want to. Singa says, this reminds me of the bathrobe my gran had on that I painted. Singa says, I was watching some of your interviews and the F-18 fighter jet that you were drawing, and wow, you're brave. You should ask Jeff Bezos to put you in space. Aw. Sweet. Well, one day, yeah, there has been some years ago discussion with SpaceX and stuff. Obviously, things are a little bit tense with all of that at the moment, so we'll have to see. Yeah, you know, did you see the other just yesterday? Was it Katy Perry and Gail King, Oprah's best friend, and one other person? They all went on up to space on one of Jeff Bezos's rocket ships. Who was the third person? It was 3 women, right? Which is cool because it was the first time 3 women have been on a spaceship all by themselves, unaccompanied by a man. I think it was just the 3 of them. And it's very funny. You can hear them screaming as the takes off. My goodness. Okay, so let's get going here. Where should I start? I'm going to start in an area where I can build up my confidence, and which, you know, an area where you know, no one's really going to be paying too close attention. So I'm going to start here in her collar. Oops. I think let's start zooming in here. So I'm also using a relatively small brush, which is going to, it's going to take me a little bit longer to do those big areas, but it's also going to preserve a lot of the brush strokes. You know, and it's going to give little areas of transparency, versus if I just use a big brush just to, you know, slather the paint on. It's going to completely obliterate all of those details. And we'll also have a little bit less control, right? So something keeps banging around here. Okay. Now, she was painting with oil paint, so things are gonna shoot, you know, the paint's kind of mixing on her brush as she's painting, so a little bit harder for us to have that happen here. Which way should I go? Let's go left. So maybe to do this here, what I'm going to do is take my brush and I'm going to wipe off a little bit of paint so that I can paint with what's called a dry brush. You can see this makes for a very thin, barely visible lines here. Same sort of thing. I get more paint on my brush. And I know it might seem strange to get paint on your brush and then to rub paint off. Same thing. Let's just get a little bit of that paint off. Oh, that's right. Thank you, Singa. The third woman in the spaceship was Jeff Bezos's, I think, fiance or maybe partner, girlfriend. Obviously, you know, this hand, you know, what we're looking at on this from the original, that's kind of where the painting ends, right? It's pretty much cut off down there, and I've added this extra little bit. So here's an instance where using dry brush can be really difficult. Doesn't always behave the way you want. So I'm just going to wipe that away and try that again. Sometimes a little bit of extra paint sneaks off your brush. let's I'm just going to go right around, kind of stay consistent here, go around her arm. So once again, I'm just going to wipe excess paint off. Yeah, it does appear like I'm probably going to have to paint a different color for her skin. But the good thing about this is you can notice, now that I see this, you can see that she's done the same thing. Look how she's painted some of these. And these lines also might be her, the underpainting. She might have done this, maybe even these black lines before she did anything else. She might have sketched this painting out on the canvas with just this paint like that. Now let's paint this. So I can go back and add more green there if I deem it necessary. Okay. I'm not saying everything's perfect and finished. That's not the goal just yet. I want to get, you know, more of like her face and her hair done, and then I'm going to come back and look at how I've done and decide if there's other things that need to be done there too. Saying this is my hands are swelling like a balloon. I need to stop and I'll finish it tomorrow. Painting makes you hungry. Yeah. I will say one thing I find about doing what I'm doing here, this kind of dry brush, it is pretty hard on your paintbrush because, you know, when you've got a lot of paint on your brush, it's very fluid and you're kind of just, the paint just sort of glides, your paintbrush glides over the surface as the paint comes off. Versus when you're painting with a dry brush, again, you're getting most of the paint off, so you're painting with a dry brush, and you're kind of like, it's like rubbing a paintbrush up against on the sidewalk or something, right? You're kind of like sanding it down as you paint with it. The brush doesn't really like it when you do that, and so it's one way that you can end up kind of killing a brush is by doing a little bit of dry brush like we're doing here. So that's one reason often I'll keep brushes that are kind of past their lifespan, so that I can use them for this type of purpose. I can kind of be a little bit rough with them because I'm like, well, I was going to throw it away anyway. So I can kind of be like, yeah, well, let's just kind of, you know, grind it into the surface a little bit. Okay, let's keep going. What should we do next? Let's paint. I'm going to paint some details on her face now. Should have done the face first because this paint is a little bit gummy at this time. Now I could glaze or add glazing fluid here. The thing with the glazing fluid, though, is it's going to make things a bit more transparent, which actually might work for those eyes. So yeah, I think I'm gonna glaze with, or add glazing fluid into my paint there. So the paint is, you know, like this is already kind of like, now I'm just dry brushing without even having to wipe the excess paint off. It kind of behaves like a dry brush. Okay, I think there's some warm blue in this black, so let's take some warm blue. Okay, I was gonna make this purple, but let's just finish with some more black here. Okay. So I'm going to use satin glazing fluid. Mix that into my black. It's going to just make the paint a little bit easier to paint with. Sometimes what people will do is they'll just add water to acrylic paint. I don't like doing that because it just seems to get a little bit, especially when you're making black, it just goes like kind of very granular. I want it to be, still have a bit more opacity. expecting this to be a little bit more transparent than it is, but that's okay. Now I'm going to put the white of her eyes in here in a little bit, meaning I might go over some of these lines a second time. That paint building up on the brush. Okay, again, not done, not done. Just coming around and putting our little touches on everything. So now I feel like I can Not even really sure these details are there, but I kind of saw them when I was doing the outline. I'm just going to keep them. Okay, so let's zoom back out and see. Almost cleaned my brush and my tea. So I did want to be done in about 3 to 4 hours, and we're about 3.5 hours in. And that's after I spoke for an hour and a half. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this and just think. Just gonna. There's somebody at the door here. I'm just gonna be right back. Okay, so it does appear like I was gonna put blush and things on her face, but I do think I probably am gonna need to give a little bit more peachy quality to this color. And so that was the original color that I used for the background. I'm gonna mix a new version of this that has just a little bit more red in it. So let's take our, it's actually a lot. Let's take warm yellow, warm red. It's a little on the orangey side. that's closer to the color I want. In fact, I'm just gonna add even more red in here. So it is a subtle difference between the original and this one, but I think if I start painting with it, now, I like how that looks in person. I think on camera, I see her painting has a bit more of an orangey quality. But I don't, like, I think, what I'm trying to say is I think mine is pretty close to how it should look. It doesn't quite appear that way on camera. Okay. Maybe let's zoom back in here again. Look how aggressive this blush is on the face. Wow. bit of a brown. So I took my warm yellow, warm red, warm blue. And then I just added maybe a little bit more of the flesh tone back on there. It's a bit of a pink and brown. Okay, let's take a bit of cool red and warm blue. We'll make a bit of a purple. Take bright red right out of the tube. Put that. Lips. And then I'm just going to take pure white. Actually, I'm just going to add a tiny bit of cool blue. That's way too much. Because again, I don't like just using pure white. getting close. So, Kathy says, I stopped to make dinner. My daughter's here and flying home soon. I'll paint tomorrow, I hope. Yes, enjoy the time with family. Don't neglect that. Splashes of water everywhere. Okay, we're almost at the very end of the painting. It's time now to do a little bit of the finishing touches. So just zipping around and cleaning up details, adding a little bit of outlines, modifying colors, adding colors, little things that might need to be done here. So let's take a look at the original. And let's zoom back out here. So obviously there's some outlining that needs to happen around on the face. That's pretty clear. Yeah, little things all over the place that I want to touch up. Okay. So, where should we go to next? I'm going to let the face dry for a little bit and just kind of go around the rest of the painting first. Do I need to modify these reds at all? I feel like I might want to take just a little bit more white, get even a little bit more pinkish in a few places. I think that's good. Take a bit more of this cool red and add a little bit of warm red. Maybe not. Maybe just a tiny bit of warm blue. Just to darken in. How about green? Are we okay with the green? Let's take a bit of warm blue, warm yellow. Felt a little bit empty in there. I need to close that up a bit. Okay. Thank you, Singa. Singa says, looking good, Michael, and asks if anyone else is painting tonight. Good question. You never know. I'm always surprised. So I've heard from many people who will say that they just watch the first time around and then paint afterwards. I just noticed a little bit of kind of green that I want to just, I don't need a lot of it. Right. So I'm mixing actually a little bit of my cool red. And white. And glazing fluid. Funny how like that definitely I'm happy with the way mine looks, but I look on camera like, wow, I feel like it should go a lot more orangey peachy color in the face, but Senga says, is she holding a paper? I don't know. It's hard to really determine what's going on here. So Olga was an opera singer, so it's possible she could be holding sheet music. It's possible that this is like a harp. It's possible that this is a couch of some kind. Possible that it's a railing. Your guess is as good as mine as to what's actually going on in this painting. Just remember that, you know, what you see on the the original painting kind of crops off above where my paintbrush is there. Even in the image you see on the left, I added a little bit of detail to the bottom that wasn't really there. So the original painting kind of ends right here. So this area is going to be a little bit more ambiguous. So let's go back here. Let's take some glazing fluid and get a little bit of black on here. I'm going to paint with a little bit more of a diluted black. I don't want to have such a strong black. More transparency for her eyes. And if I feel it's not quite dark enough, what I can do is just blow dry it and do another layer of this. Okay, so let's do just that. I'm going to blow dry it. So I'm just taking the same glazing fluid that I mixed here with my black, just very transparent. This way I can just keep painting, building up these darker values until I get to a place I'm happy with. I think I might leave that for a second though, and maybe paint her top eyelids. I'm going to move on from the face for a little bit here and just tackle anything else. So you can see here on this hand that she painted, you can see where that second layer of skin tone is overlapping some of the fingers. I chose to sort of paint it in a little bit more, but so I was contemplating, yeah, let's just do that. If I'm thinking about it, I should probably do it. I'm gonna just go in here on next to her neck, and this is, oops, that might be a little bit too. Saying it's starting to fall asleep. It's 2 a.m. Yeah, I accidentally put the old music on, but keep you on your toes, Senga. Keep you guessing. blob of warm blue up here. Do you know it's not very visible, so let's wipe it away. I'm going to add a little bit of white in here. Let it dry. Maybe I can quickly blow dry that. Now take my warm blue, put that blob there. It's a little bit bigger than it should be. I don't mind that, that's okay. Okay. Should I try to go even more red on these cheeks? Is that too much? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. Might be a bit. Let's just take a rag and just blot out a bit of that. It might have been a bit too much. Though I think I'm going to put a bit more warm red on those lips. Now I'm just trying to think if I want to darken any black. Just using my black that I mixed again. Okay. I think that's going to be okay. Okay, we made it to the end of the episode. I'm pretty excited about how this turned out. I think it's pretty good. I might have spent a little bit more time on this one than maybe I should have, but you know, that's a good thing when you get engrossed into a painting, as far as I'm concerned. So just before we take a look at these paintings side by side, just once again encouraging you to hit the like and subscribe and notification bell. 60 to 90% of people who watch this channel are not subscribers, and we're almost at 3.5 million views. And if we could bump up those subscriber numbers a little bit, it would be transformative. It would be really, really helpful to help reach a larger audience and help spread the power of art across the globe. So if you can hit that subscribe button, if you're a new viewer, and consider leaving a donation, $1, $5, $10, something like that, to help pay for the power and the internet bills. I don't make any money off of these episodes at all. I don't get to travel because I'm rolling in the dough. This is a bit of a loss leader kind of thing, but I do it because I feel very passionate about this and helping to democratize art and to make the painting process more transparent, especially for new artists. So I depend on a little bit of assistance there. And if you click on or scan that QR code, it'll take you to the PayPal page where you could safely, securely donate to support the channel. Again, just make sure you got all of those addresses right before you send a message or donation off to some stranger. Other ways you could donate is you can contact me via email to send an e-transfer, electronic transfer, or to mail a check in the mail. My email is on the Facebook group and my website. Both of those links are in the description below. And in either next week or the week after, we're doing our next free feedback session. So if you want to participate in that, join the Facebook. There's the QR code there. And it'll take you to the Facebook group where you can safely and securely donate to the... Or no. If you scan that QR code, you can join the Facebook group where you can take a photograph of your work and upload it to the group, so that everything that's on the Facebook group, whether it be like today's painting by Gabriele Münter or something else, maybe one of the drawing episodes that I taught almost 5 years ago, I still give people free feedback on how to improve their drawing. So if you want to participate in that, feel free to do so. And so let's look at this painting. There's the original, and then there's my version side by side. So obviously, as always, there's going to be some discrepancies, right? We're not trying to be a robot here. We're just trying to have fun and learn a little bit about painting by recreating a great painting by one of our greatest masters of all time. I am pretty happy with this. Now, I'm just wondering, maybe it's just the lights being maybe too bright on there. Maybe that's what's making it look lighter. than it is. I don't know. Either way, I feel like my colors are pretty close to the original. I don't know how they're appearing on your screen at home, but I think I did a pretty good job. So let's do, a little bit overall evaluation. I feel really happy with this one, and I think I'm gonna incorporate this more into my in-person classes, because I think it's one where there's a lot of room to kind of play a bit. Yeah, I really enjoyed painting that background. Some people might find that easier than others, especially allowing for a lot of this rougher edges, but I think it's good practice. So this looks like a park chair or park bench. Could be, for sure. Let's zoom in. Where should we start? Okay, I think that's pretty good. Let's maybe go down to the bottom right here. Oops. Technically that's where we're at, but let's just move this up a little bit more. So first things is background color. I think I'm pretty close to the background color. I was actually surprised at how much warm yellow was back there. I thought that would be a little bit cooler. And I could have maybe put even more in there, but I think it's good enough. I like the colors that we're painting with. This is mostly cool red or magenta with a little bit of warm yellow to get some of these orangey areas. And then I did both layer up that magenta, the cool red, and in a few places I even added a tiny bit of warm blue. It's just going to darken those areas a little bit more. Now that I see it, maybe that went a little bit overboard there, but that's okay. Let's scroll over here. Let's maybe look at these hands. Yeah, on camera they look like they should be a little bit more peachy colored, but in person I think they're exactly what I want them to be, so as always, that little discrepancy. Leaving some of these fingers just slightly, some of the digits, the lines between the fingers kind of a little bit blurred out by the top layer of skin color. It's hard for me. It's hard. It takes a great deal of restraint to just leave it like that. My instinct is to want to clean that up and define it a little bit more. Let's look at this area that Senga said might be a park chair. Oops. Now this definitely is maybe a little bit more on the teal side than hers. I think I did put a little bit of cool yellow in here, which is why it's getting a little bit more on the teal side as opposed to a little bit on the warmer side. If I had used more warm yellow, I think that's just because that's just me. I like a little bit more contrast. And I really like really saturated colors, and when I mix that color, I was like, oh, I kind of want to use this, so I'm going to use it. I'm not going to deprive myself of that for some weird reason. I'm going to put it in there. Yeah. The railing here. Earlier on, I was a little bit, I added more of that green later on there to... I felt it was a little bit too blank, so. I suppose, like, we can look at her torso. Let's get, come on, there we go. You know, this, her collar, you know, actually in person it looks pretty good. It looks actually very close. But on camera, I feel like it looks a lot more blue, baby blue. Yeah. Maybe I could have added a little bit more glazing fluid or matte medium to make it a bit more transparent. So a bit more of that greenish color that we put there will shine through. Not a big deal. And then last but not least, we'll just kind of look at the heads here side by side. Yeah, I mean, I think in her painting, the eyes are just a little bit more closed and gives her a little bit more of a of an intense look, whereas mine, I feel like, is a little bit more contemplative. Like, I feel like in my painting, she's the look on her face is more like someone has just told a story, and she's got some questions about that story. She's like, wait, so you rode the Ferris wheel? I thought the Ferris wheel's broken. Interesting. I didn't realize that. Whereas in Münter's original, she's like, yeah, I rode the Ferris wheel. Now stop questioning what I did. Or, yeah, I absolutely did, and I would do it again tomorrow. So I think I've maybe softened her look up a little bit. Also, I think the eyes are a little bit smaller in my painting than in hers. And maybe that's because I just need to zoom in a little bit more, but still I think, yeah, those eyes. That tends to be just how things go with just my own style. Like, I don't even, it always happens. And so there you can fight these things, or you can just embrace them. Yeah, the hair, I think, could be darker and have a little bit more brown in there. I'm even just wondering about doing that very thing. You know what? Let's, just before I call it a day, I'm going to take a bit of warm red, warm yellow, a little bit of warm blue. I don't know, is this a bad idea? And if we just take a little bit more blue, mix this in here. Okay, I should probably just walk away. I like that, just adding a little bit more brown in her hair. I don't know, somehow Münter was able to get away with that hair being pretty green on a green background. Mine, I felt like I just needed extra like 10-15% of brown there to pull it off, so that somebody doesn't like, why is her hair green? Okay, I think that's good enough. Oops, I'll just make it a little bit smaller. Even then, I feel like I could make the blush on her cheeks even more red, but I think that's okay. There's always more and more to do. Okay, my friends, well, thank you so much for painting along with me, or drawing with me, or falling asleep alongside me. I really appreciate your support and the great comments and the community we've got going. So have yourselves a wonderful morning, evening, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. There is always beauty, despite how it might appear. I know there's a lot of confusion and frustration and anger in the world right now, but we are moving towards better and brighter things. I have great faith in that. And part of that is the more and more people make art, look at art, talk about art. I think that helps spread this more positive, creative energy throughout the world, and that helps counter the more destructive energy that some of the politicians and people might be injecting into the world. So keep making art, keep making your community, your families better places for all of us, and we will all be the beneficiaries of that. Okay, have a great night, everyone. We'll talk to you soon. Good night. Bye-bye, everybody.